Introducing Designs by Deej, your one-stop gift shop for all things handmade and unique. Our products range from our most popular umbrellas, blanket and pillow sets, handmade coasters, and other statement pieces that showcase the beauty of our melanin and natural hair in a beautiful and empowering way. You can find our brand at the sister shop locations in New Jersey and Atlanta, Georgia, or you can visit our website, www.designsbydeej.com. Again, that's www.designsbydeej.com.
Graphic Design provides agency quality professional graphic design services from established companies to startups and individuals, creating a simple logo to complete rebranding and delivering visual communication with print media. Everything SOS Graphic Design does has a single unifying objective: to set your business apart. We are at your service. Call 313-342-2166. That's 313-342-2166, or online at www.sosgraphicdesigns.com.
Are your clothes coming apart at the seams? Universal Seamstress and Tailoring has got you covered. At Universal Seamstress and Tailoring, we specialize in a wide variety of alterations and transformations to make and keep your clothes looking and fitting their best. From hem jobs to downsizing suits and dresses for a perfect fit to replacing zippers and buttons, Universal Seamstress and Tailoring is your one-stop shop for clothing maintenance. Also, do you have a logo for your clothes you'd like to wear? Universal Seamstress and Tailoring can put it there. That's right. At Universal Seamstress and Tailoring, we not only do alterations, but embroidery as well. Shirts, pants, coats, hats, even bags. If you can wear it, we can embroider it. So remember, whether it be alterations or embroidering you need, Universal Seamstress and Tailoring has got you covered. Universal Seamstress and Tailoring is located at 1404 Main Street, Fayette, Mississippi. Come and see us or give us a call at 601-786-0540.
Year-Around Landscaping has been serving Metro Detroit for over 20 years, offering various landscaping, lawn care, property maintenance, and home renovation. Our professionalism has earned us an outstanding reputation, while our creativity, integrity, and dependability have kept our clients returning and referring us to others. At Year-Round Landscaping, we prioritize quality customer service. We treat every client as our only client before, during, and after providing our services. We believe in building solid relationships with our clients and ensuring their satisfaction. Whether you need a complete outdoor makeover, indoor renovation, or routine maintenance, we have the expertise and resources to deliver outstanding results. Our team is committed to providing exceptional service and completing every project to the highest standard. To schedule an estimate or consultation, please call us at 248-843-6139 or visit our website at yearroundlandscaping.net. Year-Around Landscaping. One source, unlimited resources.
For elite carpet, floor, and upholstery cleaning, call Supreme Steam Cleaning. For pressure washing on your house and driveway, call Supreme Steam Cleaning. Flooding in your house or building? Supreme Steam Cleaning's got you covered with our emergency water extraction services. Transform the rooms in your home with floor installation, repairs, and more. Give us a call today at 601-720-5138. That's 601-720-5138. Visit our website www.supremesteamclean.com, and follow us on social media at Supreme Steam Cleaning. When you need an elite team, call Supreme.
For all facets of professional hair care and braiding, come to Sisters Braid 2, located at 18070 Mount Elliott in Detroit. We specialize in braiding and natural styles, knotless box braids, feed-in braids, scale twists for men, women, and children. We specialize in all facets of healthy hair. Try our natural oils to keep your hair healthy. 313-826-0498 or 248-372-1738.
Murray, out of the pocket. 7 seconds. 6 seconds. Murray, here's the downfield. Oh, man, the power's out again.
You have reached Quality Construction and Engineering, your #1 emergency generator source.
Power outages can be unpredictable, inconvenient, and disruptive to your life. With a backup generator, your life goes on uninterrupted with power when you need it. Not to mention the peace of mind of having your property suited to weather the storm.
Whoever would have thought in Houston, Texas that we would have an ice storm? It did happen, and that Sunday night when it came in, I got up and looked out the front door, everything was pitch black. It was horrible. Something out of a novel or a science book that you had never seen before. Once the lights went out, my generator popped on. It ran 55 hours, and the only one had lights.
Get your backup generator installed with Quality Construction. We install both residential and commercial generators, so you're always covered. Schedule your consultation with us by calling 1-855-876-9370. That's 1-855-876-9370. Or visit us online at www.powerqec.com. That's www.powerqec.com. Financing is available with low monthly payments and 0% interest for 18 months.
That was the best investment that we could have ever made. That's my backup, the generator.
Generators with Quality Construction, built tough enough to weather the storm.
Capital Area Planning Services offers a variety of services catered to your land development needs. We offer landscape design, residential design, land planning, mapping and consulting services, and more. We have over 20 years of design and land planning experience. CAPS LLC offers services to developers, builders, architects, surveyors, contractors, government agencies, and private landowners. Feel free to contact us to find out which services are available in your area. You may reach us at 601-326-2966. That's 601-326-2966. You can also visit us on the web at www.capsllconline.com. Let us put on our thinking caps to serve your land development needs.
The views and opinions expressed on the following show are not necessarily the views and opinions of WHPS, its affiliates, management, or sponsors.
Brothers and sisters, are you tired of reading the Holy Scripture and not really understanding what you read? And if you're reasonably sure, have you ever tested that what you feel you know with someone that has a different view than your own? Then let's talk with one another. Then let's reason with one another on a Scriptural Discussion with the Son of Man every Wednesday at 9 p.m., Friday at 9 p.m., and Sunday at 12 noon on WHPR TV Detroit Live, 88.1 FM WHPR, and Comcast Cable. Why don't you call and discuss the Holy Bible, and if you have one, the Holy Quran, and come to an agreement about the Holy Scriptures and their true meaning? You can call in live on the air at area code 313-868-4336, 313-868-0342, or 313-868-0351. That's 313-868-4336, 313-868-0342, or 313-868-0351. And now, let's go live with a scriptural discussion with the Son of Man.
In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Most Merciful, the Truthful, and the Most Just, I greet all of you once again who are hungry and thirsty for the true understanding of the Word of God and for the truth in general. I greet you all with the greeting words of peace. May Allah's salam alaikum. We want to begin with those who may have questions or arguments that you would like to put forth. Beg pardon? Oh, just, it should be, oh.
Yes, sir. We have a comment from Jeff Taylor, and he left it on the replay from Friday. It's a very long comment, sir, but he starts out by saying, "Peace. The Son of Man was referenced in 1989 by Dr. Rashad Khalifa, the man who discovered the miraculous mathematical composition of the Quran based on the number 19. He proclaimed that he was indeed a messenger of God."
Just a moment. The point that he started off with is actually moot now. Where's this person? I'm here. He's not. I've been here since 1973. Awake and doing this. Well, since 74. So I wasn't woke in 73, but I was awake in 74. Actually, at some parts of 73, I had been awakened. The messenger in 74, he was talking about me when he said that I was dead. He said he was dead, now he's alive. He was lost, now he's found. And he said, "Come on in, brother." Now that was February of 74. So actually by the end of 6 months after I had been under his teachings, he had woke me up. You know, I wasn't fully awake to the knowledge of who I am, but I had accepted the fact that the black man is the grantor of dominion. The black man is God. And I didn't realize that, I was the black man that he was talking about at that particular point in time. I had to grow to that. But this fellow that you're talking about, some mathematical formula of the Quran, if you had a mathematical formula of the Quran, then you were calling the Quran a lie, because the scripture says that as far as the understanding of the Holy Scriptures go, the understanding of it came with it already. It was not no... I want him to get to the part where he says that he got the mathematical a number that unlocks the Quran. The only thing 19 was talking about was the letters in my name, Marvin Ahmed Muhammad. Over it are 19. And we have made none but angels wardens of the fire. And so and over it is MARVIN, that's 6. AHMAD, that's 6 and 5 is 11. And MUHAMMAD is 8. And 11 plus 8 is 19. And because all of the holy angels was told to bow down to the man that God made, then over it are 19. Because the angels can only do what I tell them to do. Just like you all. When I tell you, do this or do that, you refuse. If I say don't do something, you go do that. But there's an old saying, fools rush in where angels fear to tread. When I ask you to go into the Holy Scriptures to find something to fight me with, I hear crickets. That's because all of the angels come with me. All 144,000 of them. So where does that leave you? Okay, now, go ahead, read it.
Yes, sir. He said the man who discovered the miraculous mathematical composition of the Quran based on the number 19. He proclaimed that he was indeed a messenger of God. I believe him. Here is the proclamation. And then he said, he has here below that, one unified religion for all the people. That's the title. And it says, all religions of the world, Judaism, Christianity, Islam, Hinduism, Buddhism, and others, have been severely corrupted through innovations, traditions, and the idolization of humans, such as the prophets and the saints. God's plan, as stated in
just a moment. He told the truth there. If the man said that, the man told the truth there. All of the religions of this world are false, but that's not no new revelation to us. That's in the Holy Quran and in the Holy Bible. In the Holy Bible, it says in the 19th chapter of the book of Revelation, you notice, invite that brother to come in and talk directly to me. Don't, because his proffer is not going to get any place. Because, he can't. This is a live broadcast that I do. The only reason you heard those rebroadcasts was because I was on the highway, traveled to California for the past week. I and some of the believers, we went on a pilgrimage of sort. I let them see where I grew up and all of that kind of thing. And they got to meet a few of the people that was in the nation with me, and they were happy to see me and my followers, and so they. I think it was a fruitful trip. I'm still kind of recovering from it now. So the brothers had to come wake me up this morning. Anyway, I left my phone. I don't know how I messed around here and left my phone that normally I set the alarm on. was in here at the podium. so you know. Anyway, so I'm not feeling fully fit for my job this morning, but I'm here. But anyway, brother, if you want to be taken seriously, you need to stop following the example of liars. You notice Donald Trump, when he has a chance to be taken seriously in a court of law, he sits silent and takes the fifth. And you know what Donald Trump said about people who take the fifth. He said that only guilty people or criminals take the fifth. Let me see if I can find that. Let's see. You know, where the book says that every idle word, every false word, an idle word is a false word. Like an idol god is a false god. And I'm going to get back to what I started with you in a minute here. But I wanted you to see these things because you need to know that I'm not a liar. If I tell you something, you can count on it. How many of y'all don't know that when Donald Trump tell you something, you can't count on it? Because he makes up stuff in the moment. It's not something that he foreplans. He just makes up something to say in a particular moment. Let's see here. You all give me a minute, and hopefully my computer will show me something. Let's see. Just give me a minute. I'm looking for something. And that's too big a search. You know, the one thing I will confess to is that I don't too much know what I'm going to teach on until I get at this podium here, as I've told you many times. And I was told don't give any thought what I should say and talk about, because it would be given to me at that same hour. So just like now, you gave me something to teach on, and that's what I'm gonna do. And did I let him finish? Did I let you finish reading?
No, sir. It's really long. But,
it's really.
yes, sir.
Okay. Look, put a asterisk next to those points, and I'm going to try and, that's what. Let me tell you something. People who would rather write letters than to have a substantive conversation with you is like Donald Trump when he was in court. He'd rather come out and talk to the press than get up on this witness stand where it really counted, where he could express his innocence. You understand? So go ahead and read it. And can you put the letter up there?
Yeah, we can do that, sir.
Let them read it let them see what these people doing, what they have to say. I want to try to make it a habit of doing this, if we can, so that you will see. I noticed they do that on the news. They will put people's statements on the news, and they'll show it to you on the screen, so that you will see what they're reading from. What is a page long? A full page? Okay, go ahead. And start from the beginning. Learning to be patient with people. Brother Michael, you can't do that screenshot for him? While y'all looking, I'll be right back. Okay, you got it? All right. Now, read it from the beginning.
Yes, sir. Jeff Taylor says, peace. The Son of Man was referenced in 1989 by Dr. Rashad Khalifa, the man who discovered the miraculous mathematical composition of the Quran based on the number 19. He proclaimed that he was indeed a messenger of God. I believe him. Here is the proclamation. And the proclamation reads as follows. Proclaiming one unified religion for all the people. All religions of the world, Judaism, Christianity, Islam, Hinduism, Buddhism, and others, have been severely corrupted through innovations, traditions, and the idolization of humans, such as the prophets and the saints. God's plan, as stated in the Old Testament, Malachi chapter 3, verse 1, the New Testament, Luke chapter 17, verses 22 to 36, and Matthew chapter 24, verse 27, and this final testament, chapter 3, verse 81, calls for the sending of God's messenger of the covenant after all the scriptures have been delivered. The main function of God's messenger of the covenant is to purify the scriptures and unify them into one universal message to this world from the creator and sustainer of this world. This major scriptural prophecy, has now been fulfilled. God's messenger of the covenant has arrived, supported by overwhelming tangible proof. See Appendix 2. The purification and unification process has begun. God's plan is supported by God's invisible forces, and the enormous dimensions of this divine plan is manifest in the recent exposure of false religionists and the removal of such anti-freedom barriers as the Berlin Wall, the Iron Curtain, and the Bamboo Curtain. Henceforth, there is only one religion acceptable to God, submission. Anyone who submits to God and devotes the worship to God alone is a submitter. Thus, one may be a Jewish submitter, a Christian submitter, a Buddhist submitter, a Hindu submitter, or a Muslim submitter.
You ain't scrolling it on the screen, brother. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. The only religion acceptable to God is submission. Chapter 3, verse 19. Anyone who seeks other than submission as his religion, it will not be accepted from him, and in the hereafter he will be with the losers. Chapter 3, verse 85. And then he attributes this to Rashad Khalifa in November of 1989. Then he says,
go ahead.
Furthermore, Dr. Khalifa made this announcement, titled Divine Proclamation through Gabriel. Like the time of Noah, only those who stand with God's messenger will be saved. If you look at Quran Surah 7, verse 64, it says, they rejected him, Noah. Consequently, we saved him and those who stood by him in the ark, and we drowned those who rejected our revelations, for they were blinded people. Verse 72 says, we then saved him, Hud, and those who stood by him by mercy from us. And we annihilated those who rejected our revelations and refused to believe. Verses 78 through 79 say, consequently the quake annihilated them, leaving them dead in their homes. He, Salah, turned away from them, saying, O my people, I have delivered my Lord's message to you and advised you, but you do not like those who advise you. Verse 83 says, consequently, we saved him, Lot, and his people, except his wife. She was with the doomed. Verses 91 through 92 say, the quake annihilated them, leaving them dead in their homes. Those who rejected Shu'aib vanished as if they never existed. Those who rejected Shu'aib were the losers. Verse 101 says, We narrate to you the history of the doomed communities. Their messengers went to them with clear proofs, but they were not to believe in what they had already rejected. God thus seals the hearts of the disbelievers. End quote. We see the same lessons in chapter 26, verses...
How much more of this is it?
This is the last paragraph in the moment.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. We see the same lessons in chapter 26, verses 105 through 190. The angel Gabriel has conveyed to me God's plan. Those who refuse to stand by his messenger of the covenant will be utterly destroyed. I was told specifically that it will be like the time of Noah. Only those who stand by God's messenger will be saved. May God guide the believers.
So, just about everything he said about me, he got it from me. But nobody telling you nothing about no messenger of the covenant before I got here. I've been teaching on that since 1975 and telling you that that's me and been proving it. Now, you're going to get yourself in a world of trouble stealing my teachings and then giving it back, regurgitating it back to me as though you thought it up. And who is this fella that you out there talking about? His name is Rashad what?
Rashad Khalifa.
Rashad Khalifa. Why is he hiding instead of coming in here having a conversation with me after he stole some of the things that he heard me say? Then want to come back and give it to you in another form. That's the way people did the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. But, as I said, Donald Trump has manifested a way to people that they can try to hide in plain sight. Do you understand? Is like this courtroom thing now. I didn't know that they did not. That's a common practice, I guess, in New York, in that superior court, that they don't take cameras in their courtroom. They don't let. It don't make no difference who you are. They don't let cameras in the courtroom, and that is that is unfortunate in the sense of a man that was president of the United States had been put on trial. But I thought some of the news media did a pretty good job of covering it by, I know MSNBC did a pretty good job of it. And just stating what happened in there. And, I was talking to one of the brothers, a few of the brothers, about either one or a few of them. It's been, well, a week now seems like a long time ago. It could have been 2 days ago, and it seemed like it was months ago that things is happening so fast that but just like when they was reporting that some of the people was reporting the fact that Donald Trump was sitting in the courtroom stinking up the courtroom, but it was it showed the dignity of the judge and most of those that was concerned not to even address that. To, that is it's just like me. I get on people that look like me. I get on them in ways that I might not get on nobody else. But in certain situations that they do, I would not even bring that up because I'm embarrassed for them, even though they may not have sense enough to be embarrassed. You understand? And that's one of those cases where I think that every Caucasian in the courtroom was embarrassed for him. Do you understand? And so, which I can understand that. Because it's, I see some of my people, boy, just completely out of their mind. And they brought that on themselves now. Understand? Whatever drug you took and all of that stuff, you can blame the ones who sold it to them and the one who made it and all of that to a point. But you remember that Flip Wilson character? When he used to come out there and say the devil made him do this. The devil ain't made you do it, except the devil that's in you. Do you understand? And see, whenever you say the devil made you do something, well, understand something. The Holy Quran says that when they are alone with their devils, your devils are, I'll show you an example. They have an old saying that thirst is what?
The devil of the desert.
Yes. When you go out on the desert, you better take you some water with you. Huh? I don't care how good you feel on your trek out there. You're going to meet the devil out there in the desert. And the devil of the desert is thirst, because the once you get real thirsty and don't satisfy that thirst, then the thirst will make you see water where there is none. Do you understand? And so it's like people get hungry and say, I don't like so and so, I don't like this food or that food. You get hungry enough, you'll be surprised what you will eat. And so that is, the devil, it is a acronym for deviser of illusion. And so that's what real, when you get real thirsty for something, you will, if you're not careful, you'll deceive yourself. Your devils that thirst for that knowledge or that thing will deceive you into thinking that you found something that you really haven't found. It's just like when you start talking about that. Now let's go point by point. Go back to what this man wrote, and then as you keep a record of it, and if he don't want to come in here and defend it, we just take it down. I'm not interested in letting people like that come into our broadcast and make other people stumble that are ignorant. So I'll address it little point by point. Yes, unmute him. May wa alaikum ala salam.
Yes, sir. So, good to have you back.
It's good to be back.
I just wanted to let you know. Yes, sir. Praise be to Allah. So I just wanted to leave a time to say trip during back. I wanted to just point out that I had looked up the information of the man that he was speaking, I guess, on behalf of Dr. Khalifa. And that man was tragically murdered back in 1990 at his mosque in Tucson, Arizona. And somebody from Trinidad or Tobago, 19 years later in 2009, was eventually convicted of his murder. So the Dr. Khalifa person is not even alive anymore.
Well,
I just wanted to let you know that.
Well, understand something. The dead always follow the dead. When you got people who walk around here trying to introduce you to Jesus, talking about they following Jesus. When you get Jesus' teaching, you see Jesus told the people, I go to my Father and you see me no more. It says, when it's expedient for you that I die, that I go away. For if I don't go away, the Comforter is not going to come. But if I depart, I will send him unto you. And how? I'll give him his orders in writing. He will inherit my doctrine. And then he will come and take that. As it says, the Lamb came and took the book out of the hand of him who sat on the throne. And so the people like this man, he want to give you somebody who ain't here to answer for themselves. It's like them who want to give you the Honorable Elijah Muhammad now, that didn't give him to you while he was here. They wouldn't follow him while he was here. But when he ain't here no more, then they want to claim they his followers. You understand? Till they meet me. And then they get quiet, like Trump. He sat there in court and heard them people making all those statements about what he did. Hope Hicks, David Pecker, and the ones who was the most damning to him, he sat there and his lawyers didn't try to even dethrone what they had to say. Huh? Then want to talk about Michael Cohen is a liar. Michael Cohen is a liar. Well, who was he lying for the past 10 years that he worked for Donald Trump? He was lying for Donald Trump. Tell me something. You know why they call it flipping? When they got Al Capone, they couldn't get Al Capone on the murders that he had committed and whatnot. You remember the conversation he was having sitting around the table and picked up a baseball bat and bust a man in the head with it? Teamwork. He had teamwork. And then he murdered a man right there at the dinner table. But they didn't get him for that because nobody that was sitting there flipped. Do you understand? But when one does flip, which is what his accountant did, they found out that Al Capone had been a tax evader. So they got him on tax evasion. Do you understand? And they couldn't have got him on that if he hadn't had an accountant that flipped on him to save himself. Do you understand? And so you cannot. I mean, that was a terrible defense to try to bring up that Michael Cohen is a liar. Well, all that was a witness against Donald Trump. Look at the kind of people Donald Trump had around him. I told you, in order to support a liar, you have to become one. Hope Hicks wasn't crying because of she was sorry for Donald Trump. She was crying because she knew that in order to support him, she had been lying. And she knew that the ones who was asking her questions knew it. Huh? But they didn't want to ruin her life. You know, I mean, what was she, in her 20s? You know, I mean, her whole life is yet in front of her. So I'm pretty sure that the government, they wasn't interested in ruining her for the rest of her life, just because she got sucked into, what did Donald Trump say? he's in that Hollywood Access tape, that Access Hollywood tape. Donald Trump said a lot with a few words. He said, when you a star, they let you do it. You can do anything. You can grab them by the genitals, and they let you do it because you're a star. What is he saying? Most of the people, you remember when they told you when you was growing up, don't look up at the stars because you'll get a star on your eye? What you never knew. Did you ever think about what that meant? Well, I'll tell you what it meant. That people that get starstruck, they look at somebody who's achieved what they think is the greatest thing in the world. And they out there in this dark world, and they just shining like a star. And then they fall all over themselves for this person. They get a star on their eye and they go blind. It blinds them to what kind of person that person really is. It's just like some of the brothers who was following Royal at a certain point in time, and some of the things that he was offering as bribes, they fell for it for a time. And when they got in private with him, they realized that he wasn't what he was personifying in public. Do you understand? And that's what most people, you even see some of that on television when they say don't look too much forward to meeting your hero, because you may find that you be disappointed when you meet him. Do you understand? Because most of what people show you publicly is, you know how people, you don't go out in public with your worst clothes on. You go out with your best clothes on. You be on your, so in public they on their best behavior. do you understand? In private they let it all hang out. Huh? And so that's the thing with it's just like the one thing Donald Trump has in common with me is that he the same in private as he is in public. He's just nasty. Do you understand it? I'm the same in private as I am in public. I'm the Son of Man, period. And my followers know that. You see, that's why people when they get to, I tell you what, go out there and meet somebody and let them tell you how nasty attitude I have in private. Let them tell you that, Matter of fact, all y'all that know that about me, come on in here and tell people I got a nasty attitude. I can't be two people. I know what Allah have blessed me with. And I don't always portray everything that Allah has gave me permission to do, because it would make some people jealous and make them stumble. And so I don't want to make people stumble if I can help it. But sitting up, call yourself finding fault with me. How much good did it do Donald Trump to be sitting there finding fault with a judge that was just doing what a judge supposed to do? Huh? Did that do him any good? So judge not, that you be not judged. Condemn not, that you be not condemned. For with whatsoever judgment you judge, you're going to be judged. Man want to come in here telling us that he believes this and he believes that. Do you know what believe means? It means you don't know. I don't believe I'm the Son of Man. I know I am. How in the world I'm going to get you to have faith in me and I don't even have faith in me? That's crazy. You think I'd be standing up here saying the things that I say if I wasn't sure of who I am? Man standing up there teaching and got killed in his place where he is teaching. I didn't hear you. You won't come in here and kill me. And I ain't walking around here with no guards either that you can see. But I'm guarded. And if you don't believe it, you start thinking about ways you can do harm to me and see how far you get with that thoughts. These little creatures that you breathing, they know what you're thinking. When you feel that tightness in your brain, you realize that you better leave them thoughts alone. If that ain't so, why ain't nobody saying, I can think what I want about you, nigga? Yeah? But just come on in here and brag about it. Anybody got their hand up?
No, sir.
So we got somebody to type the question.
Yes.
His screen name is Barmel. And he says, does the nation have a mosque in Anchorage or anywhere in Alaska?
You in my mosque right now. Understand something. Most people don't realize that the term mosque, that's where the Jesus told you that he's a Muslim. A mosque is a house of prayer. It's a place you go to pray. A temple is a place you go to teach and to be taught. You see, I am the temple of God because I am the messenger of the covenant. Do you understand? You know, but the whole earth is the mosque. Do you understand? What do you see people doing when they go out to work every day? They praying. What does that mean? They seeking assistance. They seeking subsistence. The earth is Allah's mosque. But I am Allah's temple. You see? That's why you were told to, when he had made me complete, he said, fall down and make obeisance to him. And so the angels, they made obeisance, all of them together. So the Bible says, when the Son of Man shall come in his glory, in his temple, and all the holy angels with him, who was told to make obeisance to him. And that's, so they all made obeisance. They all bow down to me. And you were told, bow down with those who bow down, meaning bow down with the angels that you claim to believe in. And when it is said to them, bow down, they bow not down. Huh? Yeah. So I'm here, and I'm the messenger of the covenant. And as far as these things that you hear people regurgitating that they heard from me. Don't pay them no attention as though they somebody that you should listen to. That's one of them. As they say, you know, to catch fish, what you have to do. You have to bait the hook, don't you? They try to use some of what I teach to bait you into listening to them. Don't pay that stuff no attention. He's running scared. Just like everybody who would rather type something. And like Donald Trump, he run out the courtroom and say they won't let him testify. Well, they let him testify. You can testify all you want in court. I didn't hear you. Any of us that's ever been to court know that they don't refuse to let you testify. Huh? No, what he was saying was they won't let him get up there and tell the lies in court that he get out there and say to them cameras. Do you understand? Because if they'll let him do it, but they charge him for it. You can't get up on the witness stand and knowingly perjure yourself. And that's all Donald Trump does. He perjures himself every time he takes the stand. Excuse me. And so, you notice, he lets people think that he's a tough fella. But if he was so tough, he hear me talking about him. How come he don't quip back at me? Because you ain't nobody. You ain't nobody. That's what he said. Who was Ruby Freeman and Shay Moss? Obscure election workers just doing their job, and he get out there and sick his dogs on them. His fellow dogs. His wolves. You know, wolves run in packs, you know. They always got a chief wolf there. And he send the other ones out to do, and he lead them out there to attack the prey. Excuse me. I told you, as much talking as I do, I'll either get hoarse or my throat will get coated with mucus. And that keeps me from getting hoarse, but it makes me have to clear my throat a lot too. You notice you've never heard me hoarse. So that's because you think Allah send me with a weighty word and then let me get too hoarse to say what he got to say. And you know I talk loud. And by the time a preacher get through hooping and hollering up there, you'll hear him, you hear his voice, and he get raspy and he tell you he's losing his voice. That's because he ain't speaking God's word, he's speaking his own words. But you think Allah sent me with his word and then let me get hoarse? No. He protects me. He upholds me. That's why you see people that get in front of the public and they'll print something and hope that you'll get there and read it. But you hear me calling them out and they don't show up, which tells you that what they printed, they don't have no faith in what they printed, otherwise they'd come in here and argue it with me. Do you understand? Now, read a little bit further, because I had told the people to turn to the 19th chapter of Revelation about those religions all being false. Well, both books tell you, I've taught on that I don't know how many times. I'm the only one with the true religion. So was he just putting that there for what? To distract people from me? For somebody who done died, who got murdered? Where in the world do you read that the Son of Man that's going to judge the world going to kill him? I didn't hear you. I can't judge the world if the world kill me. Allah told me, he said, Son of man, be not afraid of them. Be not afraid of their words, nor be dismayed at their dirty looks. I put dirty in there. Because you know, if it said be not dismayed at their looks, meaning the looks that they give you. You heard that old saying, if looks could kill? Yeah. Nor their looks, though they be a rebellious house. Huh? That 19th chapter there of the book of Revelation, it tells you that I would declare war on all of their religions. So it reads as follows in the 19th chapter of Revelation and the 11th verse. It says, and I saw heaven opened. Well, no man was able to open the book, neither to look thereon. The book is the heaven that it's talking about. Just like these continents. You'll notice, the continents are 7. And God called the firmament. That's what continents are. They are in them. They are surrounded by water. Most of them. They got. They come up out of the ocean, and you sitting on the top of mountains here. That's what a continent is. It's a plain generally. PLA. I think it's PLANE, ain't it? The airplane is PLAIN, ain't it? Let's see here. I don't want to confuse the two. All you English teachers out there, somebody could have intervened. Airplane. Yes. It's PLAIN for the plane, like the mountains and then the plains, like that song. For the purple mountain majesties above the fruited plains. Yes. And so you are living on the top of 7 mountains. We call them continents. Now, why do we call the, this question came up while I was traveling. I told you when I travel, I always, it gives me time to think on things that just come up. I'll always go with me wherever I go. And I don't ever stop thinking about the beautiful universe around me, that I wondered where that term country, where did the word country come from? And some of y'all want to share that knowledge with me? We understand that the continents are the heavens, but the book says that. The book says, that God made the firmament. You see, I tell you what, say the word firm and then meant, and say it together, and you'll see that it sounds like it's an A between them, because the word firm ends with a M sound. And so when you say firmament, and it sounds like you add an A to it, but that's not the case. The water was unfirm once it was unfrozen. And so, as he says, let there be a firmament in the midst of the water. That's how we got here. We was a firmament in the midst of the water membrane inside of our mother. Do you understand? And so that's the throne. The throne of truth is the brain of man. The heaven is God's throne. When you understand that God is the truth, then you understand that the brain of man is the throne of God. Now, understand something. His throne is ever on water. I mean, you look at all these creatures walking around here that's got a brain. The truth is on their brain that teaches them how to do the things that they do. Do you understand? But theirs is limited because they don't reason. They are programmed. They work on a program, which is a good thing, because there can't be but one God. Do you understand? One creator. But anyway, when you look at the term where it says, while you thinking over that, I'm gonna get back to this about where the term country came from, because it denotes something. I was always a little curious about that, But anyway, it says, and I saw heaven opened, and behold, a white horse. Now, you notice, we use the term horse many times without actually seeing the creature. Like a car. A car, we say that the engine has 300 horsepower. And then you look out there at the car and somebody say, I don't see no horses out there. Talking about 300. So now he meant that in a metaphoric or figurative sense, that that one engine has the power that is equivalent to 300 horses in one horse. Do you understand? And so, likewise, when rulers traveled, they took camels in many places, and they took donkeys, but their most pride, when they really was showing off, they had them Arabian stallions, and they used horses for battle and for to move swift. They didn't have nothing that moved faster than a horse. He could take off and he'd get there like the Pony Express, they called it in the Western times. The Pony Express mail, them riders would ride as fast as they could, and then they would jump off the horse and give the mail to somebody else on a new fresh horse, and he'd take off with it, and that was express mail to them. So horses have been used throughout history for battles and for swift transportation. And so The scripture says in the first chapter of the book of John. Hold on to Revelation now. We coming back to it. But you need to see that the scriptures have connection to each other. That's what's meant over there in Ezekiel when it says, and the wings of the living creatures. They all, let's get it in just a moment. As it says, in the first chapter of Ezekiel, says, let's find it. Give me a minute. This is, I'm going to start at the 4th verse. It says, and I looked, and behold, a whirlwind. Remember the scripture say Elijah went up to heaven in a whirlwind? It says a whirlwind came out of the north. And where are we at? North America? It says, and a great cloud and a fire enfolding itself. And that's what the Holy Scriptures is. The Scriptures are one great cloud. And you know how Scriptures open and close. They fold. Is that right? Enfolding itself. And a brightness was about it. The light shined in this book, but the book did not comprehend itself. Do you understand? The light shined in darkness, and the darkness comprehended it not. And it says, and out of the midst, if you want to understand this, that I'm not making this up, you notice in Star Trek The Motion Picture, in the end, V'ger wanted to contact its creator, and they found out that V'ger was actually Voyager 6, and then the creator was human beings. Do you understand? And the creature wanted to become one with its creator. Do you understand? And so they started explaining it all in the end. Now I'm explaining this to you. And then it says, and out of, these books came from men. They didn't come from spooks. Ezekiel was a man. And this is what came from that man. Do you understand? That no other man could understand, because that man was the supreme being of his time. And it says, and out of the midst thereof, as the color of amber, out of the midst of the fire, he maketh his angel spirits and his ministers a flame of fire. It says, also out of the midst thereof came the likeness of 4 living creatures, black, brown, yellow, and white. And it says, these are all men. It says, and this was their appearance. They had the likeness of a man. Let us make man in our image after our what? They had the likeness of the original man. And every one had 4 faces. And every one had 4 wings. Yes. In other words, we were all of the same human family. Do you understand? And so it says, and their feet were straight feet, and the soles of their feet were like the sole of a calf's foot. Well, that's leather. We have all, you notice now, all people basically wear leather shoes. Is that right? And then it says, and they sparkled. Yeah, we shine them up, don't we? Like the color of burnished brass. And it says, and they had the hands of a man under their wings, on their four sides. Now, that is, when you hold up a book, you notice the wings of the mind is words, knowledge, understanding. As without the wings, an eagle cannot soar. Without the wings, the sparrow cannot soar. But you notice, there are no birds that we know of, at least that they have shared the knowledge of with us, that can soar higher than an eagle. Do you understand? He soars high and he looks low. He can spot his prey from a long way away. Huh? And then it says, in their hands, it says, and they had the hands of a man under their wings. Yes. What did the maker of the white man appoint him to do? Go, be fruitful and multiply, and replenish the earth. What is, during a drought, what happens to the rivers and the aquifers? They get deplenished. Some of them get dry. Look at the Colorado River. They've been talking about it's been getting drier and drier. Huh? Okay. So storms come and they replenish. They don't just wreak havoc. They also replenish the rivers and the aquifers. Is that right? Okay. So, how does man, what did the white man do in his time of rulership? He replenished the knowledge of man. He added to man's knowledge. Look at this industrial, that term industrial revolution. Was there an industrial revolution before America, the United States, came into existence? No. So he replenished. He brought a new, look at what Japan did with what they reverse engineered from the goods and things that the manufactured products that they got from America, from the United States. Now they produce things, in some cases, better than what the U.S. is producing. Huh? But they got their start from that industrial revolution that took place in the U.S. Do you understand? If some of y'all say that's not true, come on, let's talk. Because I remember growing up buying things made in Japan. It didn't last long at all. It looked kind of like what you could get here, but it didn't. It was cheap, and you couldn't depend on it to stay together. But the Caucasian, when it was his turn to replenish the people of the earth, for the Orientals, if it had not been for gunpowder that the Chinese was using in ceremonies and stuff, you probably wouldn't have these guns now. So all of them replenished. The young races of people, they replenished the knowledge bank or the brain of the rest of humanity with what they contributed in the way of knowledge or by way of knowledge. Do you understand of how to manufacture and how to produce things? Even the Native American here, when the Caucasian came here, the Native American taught them something about farming and taught them something about how to store food and that kind of thing, use the earth's resources for certain things. Do you understand? So all have contributed somewhat to the replenishment. Like the rain comes from the ocean, most of it. Yes, you get some what you call osmosis from the trees and from even from our bodies, but most of the water that we drink, it comes from the ocean, and it returns there eventually in rivers, in streams, and it goes back to replenish the fresh water in the ocean to sustain the life that lives there. And so it says, and their wings were joined one to another. That's what I'm doing with the scriptures. I'm showing you that the knowledge of human beings is the wings of the human being. And so you got some people who can't rise as high, like some birds. They can't rise and fly as high as an eagle. They stay at a certain height because that's their wings and their abilities will not allow them to go higher. Now, likewise, the wings of the messengers of God allow them to soar higher than any other human beings. And that's why it takes the one that is from their school of thought to unlock and make known to you the understanding of their school of thought, like I'm doing. If I was not from that school, I could not stand here and teach you what this is talking about. Do you understand? And so it says, and their wings joined one to another, and they turned not when they went every one straight forward. And that's what you notice. All of the messengers of God, their words, they go straight. They follow a straight path, and they don't turn away from what the other one left. It's just like when we was driving across country, looking at all of them magnificent things that the Biden administration has set in motion with these highways and things, and all you could do is just marvel over the fact that, I know I was, I mean, as we was coming through, what was that? Let me see. We didn't go the way of Dallas and Fort Worth this time. We went on Highway 10, and we came through Austin and what was that? What was that first one? San Antonio and Houston, and man, they was doing. I mean, in certain parts, that highway, they're getting ready to reopen some of it, and you could really see that the country needed a facelift. This country needed the highways to be redone again, because in some certain parts, when you get out there in the open plain and whatnot, the roads was terrible. But they was working on them. And people look at all them trucks, man, you pull into the rest areas, you just see just lines and lines of truckers parked in there getting some rest before they get back out on that highway. Man, if you don't take care of them highways, all of them goods and those goods and service products that trucks are bringing back and forth from state to state, man, you won't have them goods. because there won't be no way to get them to you. And so it all goes together. I mean, as I look at the term Department of Transportation and that kind of thing, and you got a lot of the inspection stations across country must have been defunded, because I never saw a place where they usually have scales weighing things to make sure that the highways don't get tore up. They was closed. Y'all better wake up. I told you I can help you, but I can't hold this country together for you any more than don't you know, if I could hold my people together and could be their keeper, I wouldn't have to be standing up here appealing to their reason. You know, I'm having a hell of a time trying to reach black people, to get us to take a lesson from the intelligent Caucasian people who made this happen in this country. And if you ride all over this country and look at all of them structures and the freeway systems and all of this stuff, this man been busy for the past 200 and some years. And when you think about all this stuff that's been built, 200 years ain't no long time. That boy, he was working fast. And it's worth, and it's a lot of evil that was done, but it's a lot of good that you can see in it too. And if you're going to make judgments about somebody, you can't just take their evil into consideration. You got to. They have a right to a defense, as well as the prosecutor has to come in and put on evidence against, and then you listen to evidence for. And if you can't show the evidence that may speak in their favor, if you don't want to let that in, you're not fit to judge them. You know, I've seen a great amount of good as I've traveled back and forth across this country, most of the time by myself. But I didn't go by myself this time. Took two buses full of believers. And they saw what I saw. I don't know if they was paying attention like I was paying attention, but man, this is a marvelous place we live. And it was built not just by white people. About some of everybody that you can think of all over this planet lives here in the United States of America and have made it the great place that it is, in spite of the human character flaws. Do you understand? Look, the ocean is full of all types of life forms, and they're all there living in those communities in that ocean, in water that's not fit for human consumption. I didn't hear you. Well, we all live here in the ocean called the United States of America. Life forms, people from all walks of life, from Japan, from China, from Russia, from India, from Nigeria, from Albania, from Ghana, from all the countries on the continent of Africa, from Haiti, from Cuba. You got people living here in the U.S. like life forms in the ocean. Now, would you go in there and destroy all of them life forms because the ocean water is not fit to drink? No, you would not. You would figure out a way to purify that water and use some of it for your consumption, while those life forms that's in that water are also sustained by it. Do you understand? You don't throw the ocean away because you can't drink the water. You purify the water. That's what the sun is constantly doing. The sun is the great purifier. And that's what I'm here to do with the knowledge. I'm purifying your understanding of this book now. And purifying your understanding of, it's like me and one of the brothers, we had a kind of sweet, sour moment concerning the destiny of the United States. That you got people that's so anxious to destroy this country. Well, it might have been the sisters that I was talking to. But anyway, and if you ask them, what are you going to replace it with? Certainly you don't destroy a mansion that may have some termites in it, or, that you done got kind of disgruntled with some of the physical features of it. You don't necessarily destroy it, just like when presidents move into the White House. They are allowed to change some things. But they ain't allowed to tear the whole place down and talk about, I don't like this house. No, that's the people's house. Do you understand? So, likewise, when you look at the country, I'm still waiting on some of y'all to tell me what kind of government, since you want to destroy the people's faith in the U.S. government. You don't want them to trust the Justice Department when the Justice Department does what they're supposed to do, which is hold people accountable, regardless to whether they presidents or whether they just ordinary citizens, whether they are governor, whether they are, because the governor in, Illinois, they held him accountable and put him in jail. What other nation do you really find that can call itself a truly democratic republic that can't hold those who the people elect? If the people elect you, well, what make you think the people who put you in there can't take you out of there? That's a good thing. That when it's all said and done, power to the people. I didn't hear you. Power to the people to what? To prevent tyranny from being practiced against them. And not present a means to kill the tyrant, but a means of killing tyranny. That's what checks and balances do. That's what laws and enforcement of those laws do. It defames tyrants or would-be tyrants, because the thing that he wants to do, what, can't we just shoot some of them in the legs? No, they'll put us all in jail. We go out into, well, can't we just, you remember he was trying to do things, but there was checks on that. Huh? So, well, we have to set aside the Constitution. Maybe we might have to set the Constitution aside for a while. Yeah? If you set it aside for a while, it'll be forever. So now, you better go back and look at Star Wars when the Emperor became Emperor. But anyway, so you see here it says, and their wings joined one to another. You see how I'm joining the scriptures with other scriptures? Like the highways. The highway in California was joined with the highway in Arizona. The highway in Arizona was joined with the highway in New Mexico. And the highway in New Mexico was joined with the highway in Texas or El Paso, and all of them, and all of it is joined together. So likewise, all of the scriptures in my brain are joined together. Do you understand? And so now as we see that their wings touched one another. Huh? Is that what it said? It says their wings. It says, and their wings were joined one to another. You notice the Bible have 66 books in it. Huh? And the wings is four wings on it. And you notice every page is got print on both sides. And so when you open up a book and look at the pages that's facing each other, it's two on each side, top and bottom. So that's 4 wings. Do you understand? So all praises due to Allah. And it says, and their wings joined one another. And it says, and they turned not when they went. And these books, I can hold these pages as long as I want them. They won't turn on their own. I have to turn them. Do you understand? And you hear the term, turn the page. Yeah, but they turned not. And it says, when they went, when they were spread all over the if you can't open a book, then you can't turn no pages in it, can you? I didn't hear you. How you gonna turn pages if you can't open the book? So, no man in heaven, nor in the earth, nor under the earth was able to open the book, neither to look thereon. So it says, and they turned not when they went. Went where? This gospel of the kingdom must be preached where?
To all nations.
For what?
For a witness.
Okay. But you notice, Michael Cohen was a witness. Hope Hicks was a witness. David Pecker was a witness. But was they out there in the news giving their testimony? No, they had to wait for the proper time to get up on the stand and give their testimony. Well, these books wasn't given no testimony until it was time. Now it's time to open the book and to get the testimony out of them. So it says, and they went every one straight forward. As for the likeness of their faces, they had the face of a man. Yeah. They had the appearance or likeness of a man and a face of a lion. The lion is a brownish creature. And on the right side, it says, and they 4 had the face of an ox, that yellowish creature. And they 4 had the face of an eagle. And you notice the national bird of the white man here is the eagle. Even Hitler had an eagle. All of them had the eagle. Why? Because he's that white, that got that white head and that yellow beak, blonde hair, and all that, That's so they four. But we was all connected to each other. You got some white people that recognize now that they can say that they are black people, because that's like looking at the sunlight and you look at the spectrum and you see the red, and the red can claim I'm sunlight, just like the yellow can. And every nation of people is just aspects. That's why it says they four had the face of a man. Do you understand? And that's just the black man, you see. So we are the fathers of all human beings. And it's time that we assert ourselves again. We let you have dominion for 6,000 years. And now that dominion is being taken from you. Not the way you thought it was going to be taken. You thought we was going to come here and do the only thing you know how to do is murder people. But we are more than conquerors. We are the fathers of conquerors. Do you understand? We the one that taught you how to conquer. And so, because you couldn't do what we can do. There is no equal to the black man on this earth. And soon, it's just like right now. You hear me speaking, and some of my own foolish people are jealous. But when I say I don't have an equal, I know that none of you all are equal to me. I'm the one, period, that the book been telling you was coming, who is the supreme being. There's no such thing as supreme being if there's an equal to him. I didn't hear you. You sit up and you do things to show that you are not my equal. Just like you slip in my class and you put a note there with some of your judgment on there. But you don't come in here and talk to the man who's doing the teaching. When you know I'm available for you to talk to. You even got my phone number. But just to even think about calling me makes you tremble. I know. So, now how you gonna assert yourself as somebody to be teaching while you afraid to confront another teacher? You want to come in here offering us a dead man to follow. Talking about I believe he was so and so. How in the world he was the Son of Man if he's dead? You take that stuff down after this class here. So in coming in here regurgitating what I done taught you, and you gonna throw it back up in here like you done thought it up. So in John, the first chapter and the last verse, it says, hereafter shall you see heaven open, and the angels of God ascending and descending like rain, the ocean water. You see it in a fine mist. They call it precipitation. Huh? Why does it say precipitation? You notice when you sip coffee or when you sip on something from the glass, you do it gradually, don't you? Well, that's how the water is purified all over the earth. That's one of the reasons why the earth is the Garden of Eden. Eternal day and eternal night, because the earth is constantly turning. The dark side is entering into the light side, into the facing the sun, and the part that's facing the sun is gradually going back to the away from the sun. You understand? But it's always night on one side and day on the other side. And so it's Eden, eternal day and eternal night. E-D-E-N. And so you know, it ain't no doubt about who I am. Because the very things that I make known to you proves who I am. Now, you don't want me, then fine. One of these days, you're going to find that I don't want you. Then you will understand the love that I offered you that you turned down. You see. So now, it says in that 51st verse, and he said unto, when he was talking to Nathanael over there, he said, Verily, verily, I say unto you, hereafter you shall see heaven open, and the angels of God ascending and descending upon the brain of the Son of Man. Yeah, that's what you're witnessing now. The scriptures are opened now. That's the spiritual heaven. And like the continent exuded forth from the core of the earth as liquid fire, and it was hurled forth and came up out of the water, from the core, and found its way up, worked its way up, and formed a firmament. And that firmament, you could stand on it. We call it granite, rock, huh? And then it had a byproduct that we call earth. In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. It's just like when you welding and you melt iron or whatnot, you see that ash or slag that goes with it. That's the byproduct of it. And so it says that hereafter you would see heaven open. No man was able to open the heaven, neither to look thereon. When they went forth, they turned not. Do you understand? So, but each wing was joined to the other, and they went straight. Yeah, straight where? Straight to the record that would only be opened up when the inheritor of it and the executor of it. When a man make a will, that will is not in effect until after his death. Do you understand? And so the prophets, they made wills, and they were wills within wills. That's what the Bible is. It's testaments within testaments. And so it was, once it was completed in Prophet Muhammad, it was completed. And it says, this day have I completed my favor to you. and chosen for you Islam as a religion when I make complete the messenger who will teach you the understanding of this covenant. That's the one you better submit to. Do you understand? And that's me. You see? So the scripture says in Revelation, the 19th chapter, and the 11th verse, it says, and I saw heaven open. Remember, Jesus said, hereafter you will see heaven open. And so it says, and I saw heaven open, and behold, a white horse, a white page. Just like when you look at a motor, you say, man, that's 300 horses there. Huh? Okay. Well, when you look at these white pages in the Bible and the Holy Quran, you see horses carrying a rider. Now, who is the rider on it? It says, I saw heaven open, and behold, a white page, a white horse, and he that sat upon him was called Faithful and True. The words that's sitting on these white pages are called faithful and true words. They're called prophecy. Do you understand? And prophecy is something that you are promised that you're going to see, but you don't see it yet. Huh? So it says these words, and he that sat upon him was called faithful and true. And in righteousness he doth judge and make war. So in religion I judge and make war. And so the boy was right when he said all these religions that you have, including the Orthodox way of Islam, is false. You see? But they attacked him because he wasn't the one to be teaching that. Do you understand? You see? Why don't they attack me? Some of them threatened to. And then I threw them in hell. And then I warned them. I've warned everybody. You got to be careful what you think about me, lest you anger him that sent me. Don't you know that heaven and earth will pass away before the word of God fail? Ain't gonna happen, Captain. If he said something gonna happen, that thing that Allah prophesy of, that's what's gonna happen. Period. It ain't a thing any of us can do to keep it from happening. So I hope you know these things. I hope you remember these things. So now, I'm going to
Excuse me, sir.
yes.
Sister Tony said that word that you were saying. She said it's precipitation.
Yes, precipitation. That's what, you know, as you look at the water being gradually drawn up. It is before there's rain, there has to be a pre-drawing up of that water, a pre-sipping of that water from the ocean before it can come back down. For none can ascend but that which came down. Do you understand? And most people, they don't realize that what we call down is actually up. And what we call up is actually down. You see? The earth draws to itself. We call it gravity. When you get so far out into the space or the darkness out there, you just out there. You're not drawn nowhere. But as you get into the magnetic field of the earth, it draws you. We are being held to the earth by that magnetic field. This earth is turning at 1,037 and a third miles per hour. And so when that water that's in the ocean, once it is drawn up into that rotation of the earth, then it creates what you and I call jet stream. And if it was not for the mountains, then you would hardly be able to stand up on the earth. And so, as the Holy Quran says, and we made mountains on the earth, lest it be convulsed with you. Yes. You done been out there sometime when the hurricanes and stuff come, 180 mile per hour winds. That's that jet stream that done dipped down and got a hold to some of this air down here. The mountain ranges, most of which they run north and south. The earth turns east and west, you see. And so the mountains are windbreakers. Those giant, before we had mountains on the earth, we had giant trees like you see up there in Sequoia. Those trees that last 2,000 years or whatnot, that's a mighty short time considering what you want them to do, you know. So we got smart and we raised mountains on the earth. And that thing lasts for eons. Do you understand? So all praises due to Allah. Allah is mighty wise. And so the purification of the water has always been the thing that is so necessary, because water is life. And so we have that in our kidneys. Our kidneys, they have a constant water flow, purifying the water in our body, removing it and sending it back out. And we are a small version of the earth here. Even our brains is like the gray and white clouds up there. You notice? And they send instructions to us if we purify our thoughts, you see. And just like the earth, when you see it raining, you see pure water coming, you know. So we have a lot. You notice the root word of earth is ear, you see, and EAR, you see. And just like if we let pure truth come into our ear, then it will purify our brain, and our brain will send pure, decent instructions to our bodies. Do you understand of what to do and what not to do? So all praise is due to Allah. So I want each of you to remember that we have a lot of knowledge to share with you, but it's to be shared with you at a proper time. When you come to these classes, you are receiving knowledge at the proper time. Do you understand? So, for instance, I want to share this with you. Yes, what is
Yes, sir. You also wanted to be reminded to teach on the meaning of what it means when business, to take care of business, and business will take care of you, and also the meaning of
yes. Most people don't realize if you walk into what you call a business, they don't understand why places are called business establishment. But you notice you walk into Home Depot or Lowe's or whatnot, and you go up and down the aisles, you see people busy doing things. Busyness. And that's what the word is. Busyness. And that's so. And the first thing that happens when, at least supposed to happen, at a place that's really business, they have employees there to say, "May I help you?" Because as you take care of what people are busy looking for, busyness, then their busyness will send them to their cash register to take care of you. Do you understand? So if you take care of busyness, and business will take care of you. See, but most people think that the business is the store. The business ain't the store. The business is the people in this place. Do you understand? You walk in some place and somebody sitting behind a counter and ain't nobody up and down them aisles in there. That place ain't gonna be open too long because ain't no business in there. Do you understand? So, you taking care of busyness means taking care of your customers, because they are the ones that is busy and they're looking for something that they came in search of. And if you take care of them and do it properly, then they will take care of you. Because not only will they appreciate you helping them, they will go out and tell other people how wonderfully it is to do business with you, to get into that busyness inside of their establishment with you. Do you understand? Okay. Now, the term country, as we look at the term country, it denotes that we are on a continent. And so we are a continent, but we are a family tree of that continent. And so we call them countries. The continental family tree. Do you understand? And you notice every continent you go on, you see different types of people. Do you understand? Of that continent. And so so we use the term continental family tree. You see, country for short. You see. So, yes. There's many things that we, I'll show you an example. There was a time when there was no word called automobile. But automobile is, auto actually means singular, or, what you call automatic, or, you got auto require one. Automobile is one that is mobile. You see? And then they dropped the word carriage, and you go to, instead of carriage, you say a car. Why? A carrier of people. That's what a carriage is. It's a carrier of people. Well, you can dispense with a lot of the long names and reduce it to, it's a horseless carriage. It's a car. You see, people say put horse and carriage. You have to have a horse and carriage. But now you only have a carriage without that horse in front of you pulling it, even though it's got horsepower. So all praise is due to Allah. I like to show that these words didn't just pop up out of nowhere. You know, we invent things and then we name them. Adam, and form them of the names of these, if you are truthful. You see, so that, you know, it's kind of hard to name something that you didn't make. So we made a lot of things and we named them, and we taught Adam the names of things, you see, and gave him dominion. And so now it is time for us now to take that dominion back, and that's easy for Allah. We don't, you know, we do that with truth, you see. So you see, I've taken dominion, you know, and that is because Allah is with me to do so. See, I don't look at Allah as no spook. Allah is the truth that's with me. And the Word was with God. And the Word was God's God. The messenger told you that. He said the black man's God is truth. Yeah, my God is the truth.
We are here to battle the world with truth. Not with falsehood, but with truth. The black man was made out of truth. He wasn't made out of falsehood. He was created from truth. Because his God was truth. Making him truth for us all. But we are here to battle the world with truth. Not with falsehood, but with truth. The black man was made out of truth. He wasn't made out of falsehood. He was created from truth. Because his God was truth. Making him truth for us all. But an enemy of ours, 6,000 years ago, found in the germ of us a weaker man than actually the man was. So he'd taken that weak germ and grafted that weakness out of the strong and given his knowledge how to rule the strong until the strong produces one stronger than he. He said to his people that when he comes, after you have lived for 6,000 years, he will come from the east and he will eat you up. He said to his people that when he comes, after you have lived for 6,000 years, he will come from the east and he will eat you up.
Well, this is what I'm doing now. The Holy Scriptures, they all came out of the East. And so the Holy Scriptures had to be made flesh. And so that's what I had to do. I had to study and become the Holy Scripture. And then as I became the Holy Scriptures, then I'm able to consume this world like a consuming fire. That all of the things that they told you one thing or meant one thing, I take that which they told you away, and I do it in front of them. Like Christianity. They told you Christianity is a religion, that it is God's religion. They told you Buddhism, and they offered you all of these idol religions, false gods, false doctrines. They used to carve out little statues and things and put them out for people to worship. And so now they don't so much as carve out statues, they print out, like the Watchtower Society. They print out these pamphlets and books and things and offer you this as a guide to salvation and a guide to peace. And ain't none of them got no peace. But they offer you their idea, and they charge you little money for it. Like they used to sell the little gods that they showed you, the false grandeurs of dominion. How in the world, tell me something, if the world is so knowledgeable and you can learn so much, why is it that the more you are taught, the worse the world gets? I mean, things haven't gotten better and better and better. They're getting worse and worse and worse. You didn't get that way from listening to me. You got that way from not listening to me. This country wouldn't have lost millions of people if they had just listened to me when I told them, you don't want to put that man in that office. You already acknowledged that you didn't believe I hated white people, so you know I didn't say Donald Trump was no good because he was a white man. I said it because he was no good. I knew that he didn't mean you no good. And they show you that you've lost your way. You used to require that. It's like most intelligent people, they have sense enough to go to somebody who they feel is more intelligent than them, not someone who don't know no more than them. Do you understand? And tell you what, this is what I would like some of you to do. Name a president. Now this is a good assignment. It's not I'm not saying this to be a joke. Name a president that of the United States that had spent most of his life being a businessman. Just name one. Beg your pardon? Go there and turn that key off. And hold that round deal while you turn it. And turn it to the right. Push in on it and turn it to the right, but hold the round deal while you turn it. There. Thank you. Come on now. Y'all said we need a businessman for president. So why? Because you don't know nothing about business. Otherwise, you would have known you don't want no businessman for president. If that's all you've been doing, you don't want him up there. Because a businessman, his major concern is money. That's it. That's his bottom line. That's what he went in business for. The money. A businessman, he will make deals that will benefit him. A nation is not a business. A nation is a home. Then when a businessman out making money, sometimes he ain't even married. I don't know. Like Donald Trump, he done had more marriages and failed. But, you know, the man told another man that he could refer to his daughter as a piece of ass. And that's what Donald Trump told Howard Stern. It was all right to refer to Ivanka as a piece of ass. Now, if he don't care no more about his own daughter than to tell another man it's all right to talk about her like that, what you think he care about your daughter? And you over there done put a man like that in the most powerful office that you created. The office of president wasn't created by the person who occupies that office. It was created by the people whose power collectively created that office. Do you understand? When the preamble to the Constitution don't start off, we the presidents of the United States. It said we the people of the United States. We ordained this Constitution. We gave it its merit. We gave it its authority. And now you, the people, which was, you know, white people wasn't no dummies when God got through. I mean, they was cave people at first. But God just wanted to show you that it don't make him no difference how you started. He can make you great. Do you understand? As long as you remember to be one nation under God. Do you understand? So, you know, I mean, some of them, they may be listening, may not. I know one thing, as we was driving cross country, I didn't see nobody flipping us the bird no more. Huh? No, people just waving. Because we got the flag. Our flag and our name is right on the side of our buses. I ain't scared of you. I ain't scared that you going to do nothing to me. If you know what's good for you, you will leave me alone in the way of calling yourself going to do evil. But anyway, I remember this, you know, we pulled into this rest area, and the white lady was out there taking pictures of the bus. I asked, you want to take a picture in front of it? You got take your picture. And I think she was a little embarrassed a little bit. But she calmed down. And, you know, just, you know, I like people to be comfortable around me. I don't like people to be uncomfortable around me. Because I'm harmless. I'm not here to do you no harm. You know, I'm here to help you to be the best person that is that you have the ability to be. And you know what that is? That you have in you to be is perfect. But you choose imperfection. You choose to remain ignorant when it comes to the higher character that you could achieve. So, I mean, what can I say? Unmute them. It's okay.
Caller, you're unmuted.
May one alaikum ala salam.
You had asked about which president, name one president that was a businessman.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the history that I learned, Theodore Roosevelt, he was a businessman, but he was a businessman that wanted to end monopoly with all of these other businessmen who trying to get monopoly of all the other businesses. So he was, when he became, actually he was a vice president, but when the president got killed or got assassinated in office, then he automatically became president, and he trying to end all these big monopoly.
What business? What business was he in?
He had a little small business.
I say, then understand now. George Washington was in the business of farming. He was a farmer. But as far as I know about Teddy Roosevelt was a military man. Now, you know, I've dabbled in business, but I haven't dedicated my life to no business. That's what I meant by saying a businessman. You know, you notice a CEO of a Fortune 500 company is a businessman. You know, a person who seeks to open up a business, they call them small businesses, for their livelihood, is not actually a business person. They are an entrepreneur that is, found a way to make a living for their family. And they don't dedicate their whole life to just making money. You want people in the office of president that understands family values, like Joe Biden. Joe Biden is he's a family man. He can relate to family people. That's what it takes to do what is best for a nation, because most people don't realize, they never give it the thought that a nation is a large group of families. That's what a nation is. And what do families worry about? Families worry about food, clothes, and shelter, but they also worry about education for their children. They worry about future generations. They worry about safety and creating a safe environment, a nurturing environment. Business people worry about the bottom line, what the stock market is doing. What they don't understand that if you take care of the really important things about nurturing and instilling human values, human and humane values in your offspring will grow up not to just be business people. You can teach business in a heartbeat. But good values, you have to instill those. You have to, you notice the term instill. As you as you look at rain, you are looking at the earth and the way it's designed, and the sun and the solar system's design. The impure water is repurified in a distillation process that, as we say, a giant reverse osmosis process, that the water is constantly being pulled up, the water vapor, and leaving things behind that's not water vapor. The hydrogen and the oxygen are pulled up and reunited and drop back down constantly. Well, that's what you and I have been missing, that the Word of God is the spiritual water. It's just like what Joe Biden, he wouldn't even use the term if he was not somewhat a student of the Bible, when he said he ran for office to try and restore the soul of America. Do you understand? In the absence of rain, during a drought, crops or whole seasons of crops die. Things that would have, just like most of the farm states, they don't have a lot of irrigation because they have enough rainfall. Do you understand? But if that don't happen, it could be a catastrophe. People that did not spend a lot of time learning the Word of God, familiarizing themselves with the Word of God, that is the reason why you can have things like happened in Sandy Hook, and politicians stand up. The only one I saw cry about it was President Obama. The loss of those babies, the loss of their lives, was acceptable to business people who making plenty money selling guns. And I remember when I was growing up, some of the old black men that I was doing maintenance work with, they said, "Look here, Marvin, one of the famous sayings of the slave master, the white man, was, kill me a mule and I'll buy me another. In other words, I work a mule to death and then I'll buy me another. Kill me a nigger and I'll hire me another." And so I stayed, it helped to keep me focused. That's a terrible sentiment. You would have thought that all types of gun regulation would have been produced when babies in elementary school were just mowed down in the classroom by a crazy man with a gun. then you would have thought that somebody in the lawmaking bodies, all lawmakers should have been furious and should have reminded the people in this country of what the Constitution actually says. The man that went in there and murdered them babies was not a soldier. He was not a Marine. He was not a sailor. He was not an airman. He was not a National Guardsman. He was no part of any of the militias of this country. What was he doing with a gun in the first place? The Second Amendment says a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of the state. Even the term well-regulated denotes something that is under the control of the government. I didn't hear you. Anytime you claim to be a part of a militia that's not controlled by the government, you're not in a militia, you're in a gang. Is somebody wanting to talk to me on this subject? I welcome you to come in here and talk with me. But as my sister there pointed out, you know, you can't even think of a president who was interested in being a big businessman. You don't want nobody that's interested in spent their whole life hiring and firing people and not really understanding family values. Because when you start thinking you can run a household like a business, you done lost it. You cannot run a country like a business. You run a country like a father. They don't call George Washington the CEO of the United States or their country. When you learn about George Washington, they call him the father of our country. That's what they say, the father of our nation. And they call those who were their predecessors, they call them the founding fathers, not the founding CEOs. Why? Because fathers, they don't put the most important thing in their lives as the making of money. To them, money is simply a tool that they can use to take care of what they deem to be most important, which is their families. The president should always be concerned about what state the United States is in, the State of the Union. And that was so important that they Siri, when was the first State of the Union given?
On January 8, 1790, President George Washington delivers the first State of the Union address to the assembled Congress in New York City. This answer is from history.com.
There you go. George Washington gave the first State of the Union. You see? He didn't treat the Union like it was a business. He treated the Union like what it was. A united family that wants more perfect unification. Do you understand? So you don't got away from your roots. And you know what happens when you get away from your roots. When you take any plant up or away from its roots, you cut off something from its roots, that thing dies. You don't forgot what the Constitution is to you. And you let people come in and pervert it. Just like you've been perverting the word of God. And I ain't going to have it no more. You through perverting God's word. I done took it from you. And if you don't believe I done taken it from them, how come ain't none of them coming in here trying to argue? Because I've taken away all their abilities to argue. So, I know what I'm doing. And you got all these people running around here talking about what we need is a businessman. Well, why? Why you need a businessman? Businessmen didn't put this country together. You wouldn't have had no business if you hadn't first had a country. Fathers put it together. I don't think in terms of when I see somebody walking through the door, how much money I can bilk them out of. I want to know, what do you know how to do to help me build this nation? You got all these talented people in this country, and a lot of the talent is dying out there, just going to waste because of business people. You ought to go out and open your eyes and see what's actually being done. Ronald Reagan asked people a question. And it's not a one of you who can claim now.
Next Tuesday is election day. Next Tuesday, all of you will go to the polls. You'll stand there in the polling place and make a decision. I think when you make that decision, it might be well if you would ask yourself, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? Is it easier for you to go and buy things in the stores than it was 4 years ago? Is there more or less?
I'll show you an example of easier. Diesel had gotten up to $4 and something a gallon. Now it's down to $3.15 in some places and whatnot. It's actually in some places cheaper than gas. Things are getting better under a man that understands how to be a father. As far as this world goes, Joe Biden is a good example of that. Because he cares. If you don't care about your family, it will show. Because the things that you do does not have a positive impact on their life. But when you care, then the things that you do, even if they don't appreciate you, it has a positive impact on them. And when they wake up, when they grow up, they will appreciate you for that. So it's not about, I mean, fools always look for some little temporary satisfaction. Wise people plan ahead. They look at, as opposed to something temporary, they want something that's going to last. So, you have to be a sober-minded person to look at life and then look at your family and see how you can best maybe make some changes in life or in reality around them that may disappoint them temporarily. But it needs to be done in order to secure a brighter and better future for them. Do you understand? Anytime you have a country or a nation, I should say, that the individual is respected. Anytime you have, even if it's just theoretically, in other words, on paper, it may not be lived up to. But if it is if it is one of the ideals of the nation, that the individual's rights and the individual's independence of thought and will is respected, that nation deserves a chance to make it good. Because that nation is doing something that is in tune with what the Creator had in mind when bringing these forms into existence. God Himself says this: I point out to you the two conspicuous ways, the way of good and the way of evil. If you wanted to see the value of the good way, look at my prophets. Look at my messengers. You want to see the value of the evil way? Look at those who did that. Those two ways become conspicuous. I watched in my own immediate family, among my siblings, I watched my older brother die before my father and mother, my oldest one, my second oldest one, the third oldest one, preceded my father. No, the two oldest preceded my father in death. The one after the next oldest, he preceded my mother in death. I saw something that all of them had in common. Where the scripture said, honor thy father and thy mother, that your days may be long. I saw all three of them dishonor my father and mother. You don't, even when I was going to get drunk, if I got drunk, I didn't come home, I didn't come around my parents. That was dishonorable. I'm not, like I said, I wasn't no model son, but it's just certain things that I wasn't going to do in front of my daddy or my mama. Coming home drunk in front of, that wasn't finna happen. Cursing at them wasn't finna happen either. And all that yakking back and forth with them, I stopped that. So I'm just telling you, this world produces all you need to know about whether or not evil is good. Show me someone who practiced evil that ended up fine. Name one. I sure can't think of none. So you live in a nation that you don't understand that God set it up. What, you thought he just left something to chance with Abraham's seed? If he told Abraham, look, your seed going to be a stranger in a land that's not theirs, and they shall serve them, and they shall afflict them 400 years. Y'all decided, I thought y'all was going to get on the road. Y'all excuse me a minute. Pull that thing, pull it up. Y'all help him get that straight. Do what she gave. Yes, you have. See, y'all drive careful. Some of the believers that had came down to take that trip with us, they was getting ready to leave out, and we always like to greet each other before we leave each other. So all praises due to Allah. But look, I thought long and hard over, where the messenger, he told us that at one time, he said, We are not trying to overthrow the government. Just your ignorance. Have you thought about the fact that I'm talking to all of y'all, but especially to the white people of this country? Have you really looked at what you have here? Have you really taken a good look at what you have been blessed with? That you have some impudent people. Look at the people who supporting Donald Trump. Could they really, if you turned this country over to those people, what would you have left? Really, what? Marjorie Taylor Greene, if she didn't have her hatred, what would she have? What's that other boy? Matt Gaetz. Is that his name? What has he accomplished in life? I even as a child, a teenager, I had sense enough not to get rid of something when I didn't have nothing to replace it. You don't get rid of your bike. I don't care how ragged it is if you ain't got another one. Really, what is that? I was shocked that we driving cross country. We had one checkpoint that they was at in New Mexico when we was leaving New Mexico to come back this way. But most of them checkpoints are deserted now, from the looks of it. Defunded. Remember Norquist stood up there, Grover Norquist stood up there and said, we want to reduce it down to the size that it could fit in a bathtub. In other words, we want to reduce a democratic republic to a dictatorship, so that when the dictator taking a bath, the whole government taking a bath. That's what he said. He didn't say it in them words, but he was insulting your intelligence, and you sat there and took it. You had already experienced a government like that. That's what brought about the American Revolution. A government where when the king took a bath, the whole government was taking a bath. If you don't wake up, soon you will sleep forever. I'm talking to white people especially. You still may be awake enough to stop the downward spiral that you're taking. Donald Trump trying to tell black people he's subtly trying to tell them he's their revenge. You ain't no revenge for me. I don't need you to take no revenge for me. Nigga. Vengeance was mine. I will repay whoever need repaying. I'm not a person who tells people that I'm going to punish you for being what I made you. So I'm here to tell all of you all that you got no vengeance to take on nobody. Who is he that judgeth another man's servant? You got a problem with something the man doing, you better take it up with the one that he's serving. And in this case, I don't think you want to get up and jump up in God's face, try and tell him what to do with what was his. He already told them that they were respited and they had 6 days to do all of their evil. But the Sabbath day is a holy day to the Son of Man. Stop your evil in that day or you're going to lose your mind. See, I ain't after your flesh. I'm after the real guilty party. That's why you see so many people going crazy. And you think you can play with me, you going to find out, no, you can't. A lot of them have found out. Why you think they don't call up here clowning with me no more? So now, as you ride up and down, you need to take a trip. Go on across the country and see what's really going on. And when you come into these cities and whatnot, you look at all them buildings that's done happened and then tell me that you so anxious to tear all of that down. And you know the sad part, the ones who want to tear it down couldn't build a toothpick house. Couldn't even build a sand castle, let alone a skyscraper. You don't tell me to take a step down to join with you. You've heard people come in there and tell me I need to follow Farrakhan, or I need to go listen to what's his name, Ishmael, or whatever. For what? What are they doing that I should stop what I'm doing to go sit down in there and listen to them? You want me to go and listen to someone who's don't even respect me enough to invite me themselves. I've given you my address. I've given you my home phone number. I've given you my cell number and told you to call me anytime. And I told you also you have an open invitation to come in here and we can have a discussion in class about whatever you want to talk to me about. You haven't offered me nothing even close or similar to that. Nothing. But so you want me to respect people who do not respect me. The reason you want that is because you hate the truth that I'm teaching and you want me to stop teaching it, but you can't say that. So you go and say, you need to go listen to so-and-so, and you need to go listen to them. Why you don't go there and tell them they need to come listen to me? Because in my class, they can talk back. You can too, but you don't seem to have nothing much to say when you in my face. You wait until you get behind my back, then your knife comes out. Yeah. You think I don't know that Allah set this up? The Holy Quran says Allah is the glorious doer of what he intends, of what he says going to happen. He makes it happen. The very idea of the independence of the individual came from God. There's not a soul, but over it is its own keeper. Huh? We pointed out to man the two conspicuous ways he may be grateful. He may. Did you ever play Mother May I? What that meant? When they said take 2 steps forward, what was your words? Sometime you got in such a hurry, you forgot to say Mother May I. Then you had to go all the way back. Why? Because we rebellious. We don't like to have to ask nobody, can we do nothing? We just like to go do it ourselves. Well, you could do it yourself for 6,000 years, but in the Sabbath day, you were told to not do anything without my permission. In all your ways, acknowledge him. Father, may I? I'm thinking about doing this, son of man. What you think? Then I'll tell you whether it's the right thing to do, or I may tell you a better way of doing it. This is like I told them. You don't want to put Donald Trump in there. He mean he getting ready to get rid of your government. They didn't pay me no attention. And what has been happening? He and all of those that he done bought off, that him and whoever the people outside of this country and inside of this country done secretly gave them their millions or whatnot to get America, get the United States out of the way. See, you can't get this government out of the way unless you first convince the people that the government is no good. So that's what they busy doing now, convincing you, because they done dumbed you down so much that you think anyone who would forbid something that you are doing or that you seek to do, that's the way children are. They love their parents as long as they can do what they please. But when the parent tells them no to something, then they want to pitch a fit. Well, without law, what they tell you on, what's the name, John Wick 4 and John Wick 3, without laws, without rules, we live with the animals. In other words, you live your life on the level of a beast. In order for individuals to have equal rights, there must be rules that apply to everybody. Do you understand? We call rules laws that govern what we can and cannot do in this society. That's just plain. When I was growing up in my father and mother's house, they had rules. Don't you let dog catch you getting in there. So, and I see it was almost dark. I was off and running. Because my daddy also, he never said it, but I've heard it said in court, a rule that's not enforced. It's not a rule. He enforced his rule. And you come in there after dark if you want to. You just gonna get that extension card. You know. Why? He just mean. No. That's what I thought. Till I got my own children. Who don't want to know where their child is after dark? I know what kind of people hang out at night. It's daytime too. But I need to know where mine is at. You see? So I realized how much he cared about us, by how much he restricted us to make sure that we were safe. Look at the power that they give, that God gave to the founding fathers to give to the people that would compose or comprise the United States of America. You don't like that governor up there? You don't have to go kill him. You don't have to recall him. Remind him of who put him there. Get a petition of so many names, then have a recall election. You can get him back out of there. You want those who serve you to fear you, to fear to displease you. So they have to put you against each other. And that's what they're doing now. They're putting you against each other. Using the very instrument that you gave them to now destroy your unity by sowing discord among you. All you have to do, if you want to, I'm not telling you that everything people tell you about other people or other entities, I'm not trying to tell you that it's all false. But I'm trying to tell you that any person who gets out and makes accusations about another person, place, or thing, you should demand proof from them that what they are asserting is true and not just gossip. And you should make sure that it is not this AI stuff. Never trust an announcement from anyone that you can't see who it is making the announcement. What is it?
Somebody get their hand raised.
Yes, unmute.
Calling you unmuted.
May Allah, assalamu alaikum.
May wa alaikum Allah salam.
Man, I just wanted to ask you, what do you think about the black people who are leaning toward Trump for I don't know what kind of reason? And I just wanted to ask you if...
I think the same about them as I do about white folks that's leaning toward Donald Trump. I think these people are people who don't value the truth.
Yes,
I think they are people who are just bent on, it's like a person who, it's a form of insanity. It's like a person who goes around setting fires just so they can watch them burn. It's kind of like the insanity of the riots the Watts riots. I grew up in that era, and I saw it. You know, they went and burnt all of the stores down. Then every time they got ready for something, they had to go way off somewhere to buy something because they burnt all the stores down in their own community. To accomplish what? Nothing. Just stupidity.
Yes, sir.
I mean, this man, according to the laws that I don't know if New York is one of them states or whatnot, but you know, I thought felons couldn't vote. And if a felon can't vote, how can a felon be the president? But you know, I mean, I don't dwell on it because I know that this is the Bible jumping off the page. The Bible says when the wicked spring up like grass, and the workers of iniquity, the workers, people who just do all kinds of sins, when they are flourishing, it is that they shall be destroyed forever.
Son of Man, I was wondering if you had heard about Project 2025 and Agenda 47. I think maybe that could be a deterrent to people voting for him if they know that he's planning to be a dictator.
Well, first of all, the only people who wants to be under dictators is people who like to be in gangs and mafia and that kind of thing. And they know what they voting for. They voting for what they deem to be a easy meal, because they would be his soldiers, they would be his henchmen, and he takes good care of his henchmen until one of them may disagree with him about something, and they take him for a ride. You see, that's the way gangs function. Make no mistake. You've seen how the Godfather worked and all that. You know, the business that they in is corruption. They have corrupted. They have corrupted the Congress, many members of the Congress. They have corrupted and hijacked the Republican Party. And so it's just a matter of is the cancer of Donald Trump and that movement of his, like the Nazis. Remember, at one time they was calling Germany Nazi Germany. Well, maybe they will call America one day the MAGA U.S. You know, so either way, it's going to come to a head. And but I'm pretty sure that the end will be the finalization of all these wicked people, black, white, brown, yellow. It don't make no difference what color you are. If you're wrong, you're wrong. If you're evil, you're evil. If you're good, you're good. And this is the end now. I am the beginning and the end. You're welcome. So, all of these people, they choosing sides now. That's what it's all about. Choose your side. And know this, that the Word of God says that all liars shall have their part in the lake that burns with fire and brimstone. It's According to the geologists, there are 3 supervolcanoes in the United States. There had to be. That's how continents are formed. So it's much that is going to be done, and you're going to be ran out of the places that you are. It's not hard for Allah to move you where He wants you to be. So, but as I was saying, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad told us. He said, we're not trying to overthrow the government. That's a fool's errand anyway. I'm telling you. If you think you can overthrow something that Almighty God set up. Really. You can't overthrow what God does. Nope. And as you look at this, you look at the history, started with slavery, and the very ones who set up a slavery institution was the same people who decided it was wrong. Some of us are good, and some of us are below that. That was the jinn speaking. You see? There was jinns helping Solomon build the temple. So you brothers and sisters, y'all know, you go certain places, white people are quicker to help you than anybody. But would you like to see them destroyed? I certainly would not. Especially when that's what you claim you fussing about, that they mistreat you. Well, now they ain't mistreating you, so what's the problem? No. Individually is how people are being judged. Not collectively, individually. We all must appear before the judgment seat of Christ, that every man may have done in his body according to that which he himself have done. Yeah? Justice. That's what's here. Now, I'm here for justice. So, I tell you, and I tell the world, all y'all's religions ain't no more than a pile of filthy rags. And the condition of the people in your country and the condition of the people throughout the earth is proof that you have not been following God's religion. You've been following the devil, who said he would lie in wait in the straight path of God, in religion, and cause everybody that he met to deviate. You see? So, you've been deviating. And you deviate because you don't like what Allah said to do. You don't like what Allah said not to do. So you deviate. You better cut that out. As the Honorable Elijah Muhammad gave you and I told you about me, that my nature is Islam. Like the nature of a fish. Throw him in water. You ain't got to teach him how to swim. That fish didn't come to be taught how to swim. Neither did I come to be taught the understanding of the scriptures. I came to teach the understanding of it. Yes.
Somebody else raised their hand.
Yes.
Paula, you're unmuted.
May wa alaikum ala salam.
So, man, you want to teach on the video cameras, people taking videos?
Yes, but we don't have it together yet. Brother Jamar got to put it together. So he's going to show how, and you know, in traveling, you get a chance to see what it is people trying to tear down. I mean, if you're going to throw something away, don't you think you need to make sure that it ain't good? You know the biggest problem with these people? They've had so much freedom that they forgot how they got it. And there's an old song. Let me see here. I'm going to let you hear it. You know, people don't realize that, I mean, you build houses, don't you? How do you maintain them? Same way, work. You can't just work to build it. You have to work to maintain it. Is that right? Well, let me see here. I told you I grew up listening to music, and it was always messages in that music that that I got out of it, that I guess some people missed.
It's so hard to control alcohol. Well, the problem isn't alcohol. The problem is in 2024, the method...
So fast. Same thing it took. Hey baby, to get your baby hooks, gonna take the same thing to keep her. Say that again. Same thing it took. Yeah. Get your baby hooks, gonna take the same thing to keep her.
Keep her, yeah, same thing. Whatever you done, y'all, yeah. Get your baby, it's gonna take the same thing. Keep her, you got that woman by line. It's gonna take the same thing. You got that woman by crying, yeah, y'all. It's gonna take the same thing. You got that woman with love, yeah. It's gonna take the same. You got her, sweet love, yeah, yeah. It's gonna take the same thing. You got that woman, y'all, with real love, yeah. It's gonna take the same. If you and her made love, yeah. It's gonna take
It's like the founding fathers. You got people that's trying to tear up.
Choose Max or Bernabal.
Excuse
Which
me.
is better for a guy who wants to burn fat and doubles? Hey, so I wanted to apologize to all guys out there who
Thought I
wanted to
had.
get ripped and bulk up and miss
Yeah, I
out.
apologize. Shut up. The main thing, if you remember, you got these liars now pretending that they want a civil war, as though, or a revolutionary war, when there is nothing to overthrow but a free government. Do you understand? You see, the crooks. It's like the people in the insane asylum taking it over and calling the doctors and everybody crazy. Do you understand? It's like that song say, if you got them by line, you got to keep them on line. Huh? See, there are some deep songs if you get away from the the worship of women and get to the truth of the matter is that's life. Whatever it took to get it, that's what it's going to take to keep it. That's just plain and simple. You got a house by paying the right down payment and all of that kind of thing. Well, you're going to have to keep on making the payments if you want to keep that house. I didn't hear you. He got them people to go down there to try to overthrow an election, and in actuality to overthrow the government. And he got them to do that based on a lie, and they knew it was a lie. It wasn't that they believed it, but they needed an excuse to do it. Do you honestly think that the black man that got murdered and lynched, that the people who did that to him thought that they had really raped a white woman? Then why was they saying lynch that nigga? What was, since you don't believe they really thought that that black man did what they was accusing him of? I didn't hear you. A justification. A false justification. Do you understand? You always have, just consider the type of people who took part in that. Just look at their station in life. Look at what they have accomplished in this country, and you will discover they had accomplished actually not much of anything. They've been sitting on the sidelines in the richest white nation on earth. Living in poverty. Spitting tobacco, chewing tobacco, and spitting tobacco, and yeah, I'm talking about you. If you don't like it, come on in here and talk back. I'll listen to you, as long as you come in here and have a respectful conversation with me. Sitting down in squalor and filth. While nothing kept you there but your laziness and your trifling attitude. You didn't want nothing better. It's not because it wasn't there. You white, and you lived in the country where white skin was a credit card. How you come up poor? Because you lazy, you trifling. And they call you a redneck because it's like your blood stopped right there in your neck. It don't get up to your brain because you don't think that how much has been offered to you that your laziness wouldn't let you accept it. You'd rather sit down and drink moonshine and the Dukes of Hazzard and the Beverly Hillbillies. You could take the billy out of the hills, but you can't take the hills out of the billy. It's the truth. We used to say that about they said that about us. You can take the nigger out of the country, but you can't take the country out of the nigger. And that's just simple. The only way you can take a people out of poverty is to take poverty out of them. You run around here trying to blame everybody for the illegals is coming in here taking jobs from us. Ain't nobody took no job from you. You didn't want them jobs. You sure wouldn't work for what they work for. I could show all of you right now. I could show you how to make your dollar worth what it used to be worth when I was a child. I know a lot of things that you too stupid to call on me, and I told you I'd talk to you private and tell you how to do it. But no, you think that somehow you can hurt me. Do I look like I'm being hurt by you? By what's happening to this country? Do I look like it's hurting me? If all the food and everything that you produce dried up, I wouldn't starve. If anything, Allah put me in hibernation if necessary, and I wake up and everybody be gone. There's plenty of things Allah can do for me. I ain't worried about what you think gonna hurt me. That's your problem. Don't you know, if I'm the Son of Man, I'm the only hope for anybody on this planet to live. Do you know what only begotten son means? You got one out there. That's the only made son for this solar system. If it go, you just well have been over and kiss it goodbye. so yes.
Somebody raised their hand.
Yes. Let them come on in here.
May Allah salam alaikum, son of man.
May wa alaikum Allah salam.
Good to have you back.
Good to be back.
That's good. That's good. Just a couple of things I wanted to say. And you're right. You're the only one that we got right
Now you know.
But
Now you know. This is for questions, ain't that? You know I don't like y'all come in and just be agreeing with me.
Anyway, you were speaking about a woman in that little star, like I think she's an Indian woman or something, and the red star that come on her forehead. You were saying
No, that's not. First of all, you can look that up on your own. You don't need me. I'm not here to teach on the history.
But you did say something concerning that it only appeared when she get married or something.
No, I didn't say nothing like that. You go read up on that yourself. I mean, I'm not interested in why the Hindus do what they do.
Until I heard somebody ask.
Well, then, like I said, that's something you can put a query in there. You put a question in the online, and it'll answer all that for you. I'm not into Hinduism.
It's something else I wanted to say too concerning Donald Trump. Why do the Republicans want him in office so bad?
Well, just pay attention in class. They want him in there because of what I've been telling you. I mean, liars support liars. You always got people who would gladly enslave other people.
I hope they put him in jail and punish him to let him know he ain't above the law.
Well, that's okay. All right. Thank you for calling. Now, I want all of you to know something. You know, I'm not here to so much as I bring him up because he's an example of what I'm teaching on. If he changed, I wouldn't have no more problem with it. People, they get me confused with how other people are. You know, if I'm angry with a person, I'm angry with something they did. They stop doing it or repent of it, then we good as far as I'm concerned. You know, you don't go out if a crook rob a bank and use a vet to do so. You know, you get the crook out of the car. I buy the car. I can use it. I like Corvettes. So I would, nothing wrong with the car. Just the driver was all messed up. Nothing wrong with the body of people. It's the mind that's all messed up. You see? So anyway, we had somebody else. Yes. What is it?
Yes, sir. Leonard Allen says, if God makes no mistakes, how did he...
What do you mean, if God makes no mistakes? Why don't you come in here and talk to me instead of printing this stuff? Go ahead, brother. What are you talking about?
Yes, sir. He said, if God makes no mistakes, how did he allow some of our people to become so dumb that he couldn't save them?
Well, first of all, that wasn't God's mistake. That was your mistake. You trusted the wrong people. See, you can't, on the one hand, want to do things your own way, want to have your own choices. And then when you make the wrong choice, you want to blame it on somebody. You don't blame God, blame yourself. Do you understand? I mean, that's what children do. That's a child's mind. in a grown person. Did nobody make you follow the wrong way? You chose to follow the wrong way. You know, when people con you, the pigeon drop and all that kind of thing, they couldn't have conned you with that if you didn't think you was finna get something for nothing. So because you thought you was getting it, you got. And then you couldn't really get mad because they did it to you for you what you thought you was doing to them. You see? So I'm here to show you the truth. You talking about if God don't make mistakes. It's never a mistake to give people the freedom to choose which way they would go. It's not no mistake on my part. The one who made the mistake is the one who made the choice to go the wrong way. You seem to see, what you don't understand is that God is the truth. And the best knower of the truth. You don't become the best knower of the truth by not walking with the truth. The reason I know so much is because I made the right choices. I stuck with the truth. The truth can be proven. A lie cannot. If you can show me something that you can do without the truth, then I will agree with you that the truth is not God. Because God means grantor of dominion. I don't know of anyone that can grant me dominion other than the truth. And once I know the truth, then the truth is in person. That's why the messenger taught me that I'm God. Because I'm the best knower of the truth. You the one making mistakes. I'm not the one made the mistake. You did. Even the way you asked that question. You don't start off a question to God, but if you God or so and so, that don't work for me. That just tells me you don't know that God is the truth. Because there's no such thing as if the truth is God. Certainly God is God. And the best knower of him is standing here. I should say so. I am what I think. And I am what I ate. And I ate up the whole book. So now the word is made flesh and is dwelling among you. So, did you read his whole question?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was there someone else?
And nobody else typed anything.
All right. It's just like with you coming in here eating with me from the Word of God. This is called the marriage supper. You don't know how blessed you are to be invited in here to listen to my class. You becoming as the angels. Angels wasn't even taught what I'm teaching you. They wish that they could have been around to get the meaning of all of these things. So it says, and I saw heaven opened, and behold, a white horse, a white page, and And he that sat upon him, the words that sat upon them pages was called faithful and true. And in righteousness, he who is the best knower of those words doth judge and make war, because he's the Son of Man. That's why he can judge. Yeah. If I wasn't the Son of Man, I couldn't be the judge. I couldn't stand here and tell you that all religions are false if I wasn't the Son of Man. The only one that have a true religion is me. The rest are false, claiming to know him whom they do not know. No man knows the Son or the Father except the Son and the Father. And I and my Father are one. Say he, Allah, is one. He begetteth not, neither is he begotten. You don't beget the wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. You don't beget that. You learn that. And in that sense, it is begotten, brought into existence by knowledge that tells you this is this and this is that, and let this guide you to that. When he decrees a form for matter, he only says to it, be this form, and it is. You see? If you know how to bring it into being, there you go. But if you don't know how to bring it into being, it will not be. Do you understand? There you go. So all praise is due to Allah. So this is our language. We gave it to the white man to give him an edge. But it's ours. You know, I know much more about the English language than he does. And I've been asleep. But the one thing about being asleep, when you wake up, that which you knew before you went to sleep, it come back to you. So all praise is due to Allah. You see? So you look on every continent and you see the truth of what I've been telling you. Everywhere you go on the earth, you find the black man is there or already, was there. That's why we are the original people of the earth. And we are the continental fathers and mothers of the tribes of the earth. Do you understand? See, but that term country, well, we don't have a country. We are the Asiatic black man. The whole earth is us. Anybody want to refute that? I only put it like that to do away with this thing of being confronted by our children as though we are inferior to them. I mean, I'm getting kind of tired of hearing that. When every time we look up, you borrowing something that's belong to us, including our music, everything. So don't do that. That's very disrespectful. Why would you think someone would say to you, honor thy father and thy mother, that your days may be long upon the land which the Lord your God have given you? You see? So, we are not without authority. That authority is now been given back to us. You know, we once had it, and it was taken. And we let them take it. As the messenger said, well, if you're going to let me take it, then that's okay. He said, but, oh, pardon me a minute. Yes, I do. So, we let him take it. We gave it to him. When somebody gives you something, they let you take it. You see? And so the messenger said, the earth belonged to you, son of man. He said, but it didn't belong to you, but now you the true owner. He said, Jacob taking it away from you. Israel is Jacob. And he said, come on, I want to give it back to you. And so he gave it back to me. Just that simple. You know, if I'm speaking and I keep saying things that offend people, and yet they are not able to come in and talk about that which offended them and refute it, well then I must have authority to say it. If I didn't have authority to say it, they could come in and quickly prove I didn't have authority to say it by arguing with me. You see? So, I'm satisfied that I'm the Lord himself. So, and that's what's written, that the Lord himself shall descend from heaven. I'm descending, coming down to your level of understanding right out of the book here. You couldn't go up there and get it and bring it down here. But I'm making the rain come down to you. So I must be the Lord himself. White folks, y'all doubt that I'm the Lord? Come and tell me why. And tell us why when your judges get on the Supreme Court even. They may be up there doing stuff they ain't got no business, but why all of them got black robes on? See, you knew more than you was telling. Yeah. The supreme being gonna be a black man. They knew it. That's why they was trying to stop me from rising. A counterintelligence program to stop the rise of a black Messiah. You see? But didn't happen. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad, he fulfilled his mission. He was happy. He said, this is it. That's what he told him. He was dead. Now he's alive. He was lost. Now he's found. And he told me to come on in. He said, have a seat. So, I'm here. And I'm here with the truth. Notice, with the truth. Yes. I'm not an adversary to the truth. I stand with the truth. A messenger comes to you verifying that which is with you. Yes. I verified what was with Jesus. I verified what was with Muhammad and Moses and all of them. I'm here with verification. You see? I'm with the Scriptures. And the Scriptures is with me. Is in agreement with me. And I am in agreement with the Scriptures. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was in agreement with God, and the Word was God, was the grantor of dominion. You see? So, I am the beginning. In the beginning was the Word. You see? And the Word was in agreement with the beginning, who is God, the best knower. I, Allah, am what? Okay. Then the best knower is the one who best understands. And none knows the hosts of thy Lord save he. You see? And this is it. So, to know is to understand. If there was anyone else who understood what the prophets were teaching, then we would both be wrong, because none knows the hosts or the understanding of the prophets but the Lord himself, because it was the Lord's Spirit, the Lord's Word that they brought. They were only a host to it. They were the messengers of it. And they delivered the message, and sometimes they were given understanding, and sometimes they wasn't. So it's I'm still recovering from that trip. You know, we was on that. I must have set up on that bus for how many hours, man? First time my feet ever got swole. so you know, I was on there quite a while. So I'm glad that I was able to get through this class today. So I'm going to let y'all go. And I see some didn't recover yet. So, and I haven't fully recovered. But it was worth the time and that we went out there to make some new connections. And old reconnections. Excuse me. Yeah, Brother Michael had to come bang on the door to wake me up this morning. I was out of it. Sure as I tell you, we gonna have the broadcast today. I said, oh yeah. Oh me. But you know, I'm just thankful to Allah that He showed us some things that was needful. You know, I really now respect the truckers and you know why many of the truckers seem like they overweight and whatnot? It's not because of what they're eating, it's their body swell up. You know, you know, they need to follow them directions. Get that sleeper camper on there and lay down, man. And I used to catch the Greyhound or the Trailway sometime, and you get a certain place and they change drivers. That driver, after 8 hours or so, another one take over. Because, you know, I don't know what kind of effect that it actually has on you for driving through the magnetic field of the earth. That's what we're driving through, you know, a magnetic field on the earth. And so gravity is a magnetic field of sort. And I have my thoughts on how to reproduce it, which would enable you to use the actual magnetic field of the earth to propel you to, you know, to negate gravity, you know. And I think that's what those little ships on the mothership would do. They function with that. That's why they can dot out of your eyes so fast. And for that, they also, I would think that they have what they call inertial dampeners. Anyway, there's a lot of things that we're going to be looking into. And any more questions? But I'm warning you who are out there stealing what you hear me say and then regurgitating it as though somebody else taught it to you. And or you coming in here suggesting to somebody that they should listen to somebody who ain't even here. Which means you want to get someplace where you can start siphoning money out of people's pocket. Look, don't give no money to none of these fellas out here. Ask them, what are you doing that you need my money? And you'll discover they ain't doing nothing. So I'm going to let y'all go. And excuse me. And may Allah bless us and keep us safe and in our right minds. So mind go, game over. Do you understand? You know, a sane mind is life in this day and time. You see? So if you don't believe insanity can kill you, just look around you. You would never, if somebody had written a book about the things that's happening in the United States, would nobody have bought it? I bear witness. One of the brothers said that to me. I bear witness. You couldn't have wrote a book that people would have believed what's happening in America now, the United States, would have ever happened. Just to go to show you. If Allah gave it to you, rest assured, if He take His guidance away, you can't keep it. You know why? Because you didn't know the importance of why He gave you to these things like He gave them to you. It's like people that think they should get rid of Social Security, get rid of this and get rid of that. The reason they think they should get rid of it because they didn't know the reason why it was set up in the first place. Yes, what is it, son?
Somebody raised their hand.
Okay.
Probably unmuted.
Meanwhile, Lincoln, Allah salam.
You said to remind you to teach about the rest stops and the significance observations we had made when we were there.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, you know, I want to show it when I teach on it. That's, you know, but I mean, it's just, it's very beautiful the way that these things are set up. You know, that's one of the things that took us so long. can appreciate having an outhouse on the bus, but I would much rather go to a real toilet and that's so we utilized the rest areas, and man, I mean they are revitalizing just about all up and down the highways. Those things are being revitalized and look beautiful, and they are well kept. For the most part, they are all well kept. So you got a lot to appreciate with what the Biden administration has been doing. That you want to give them as much. Now, if anybody was going to be president for more than 2 terms, I would say Joe Biden ought to be. Because the man is needed at this time in the history of the United States. They need someone, and I'll tell you something else, that Donald Trump needs to lose every state. That would send a message to the world that the people in the United States may have stumbled, but they have not fallen. And any other things that you have problems with in the U.S., the U.S. is just a microcosm of the whole planet. It's happening all over the earth. Wickedness ain't just happening in the United States. It's happening all over the earth. But the United States may be used as an example of how to heal the whole world. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been born here. Unto you that fear my name shall the Son, the teacher of righteousness, arise with the ability to heal in the wings of his mind. So, I ain't gave up on them yet. I don't give up on this country yet. They elected Joe Biden in spite of all of the foolishness that happened during that election and during the transfer of power. They installed him, didn't they? Okay, well, give them credit. And they did it with a minimal amount of bloodshed. They avoided shedding too much blood. Give them credit. So, I think the people in this country deserve a chance to show that they are better than the world think they are. Because people are quick to make snap judgments about you. Sometimes when we're dissatisfied, we make poor decisions. Sometimes we make decisions that we know. Remember people said, I'm going to hold my nose and vote for him. Huh? What were they telling you? They were telling you that they knew he was unfit for that job. Now, do they want to put themselves through that again? I don't think so. Huh? It's done got kind of real to everybody now. So give them a chance. And I say to my people, I don't mean that as an insult to you to say that it's just stupid to elect a person for an office that you know they are not qualified for. This man was comparing blue states and red states in a pandemic, saying if it wasn't for the blue states, the numbers wouldn't be so high as to the deaths from COVID. He don't care nothing about this United States. So you suit yourself. You know, just like Dr. Fauci, I'm pretty sure that Dr. Fauci and some of the other scientists are still being called upon to help and advise. Because you just cannot throw your scientists away and think that you're going to survive pandemics. That ain't going to happen. So, learn to stay in your lane. When someone who knows more about a particular person, place, or thing than yourself, you should talk little and listen much. All right. The mere fact that you notice when I'm teaching, all of the used to be argumentative people and people who would come in and disrupt and purposely try to stop this, their voices have ceased. I told you that they was going to learn to be afraid of me. Not because I'm a bully, but because I'm the Lord. And I have authority to speak things and it be done. That's what Allah meant when he said, "Behold my servant, whose words I will uphold." So, you heard people call in here and ask me to let them out of hell. So, of course now, if you provoke me enough to put you in there, getting out is not one of your options. Because that is the penalty. You know, I don't like doing that to people. But sometimes you have to do something to a few to save the many. Okay? All right. Then may Allah bless us and keep us safe and in our right minds. I say that again. And grant to each and every one of us who are hungry and thirsty for his guidance a peaceful life and a prosperous one. May Allah's Salam Alaikum.
Conference recording